Well, good morning, Las Vegas, and welcome to a Tuesday inside the South Point Hotel and Casino and their beautiful arena facility here, the home of the 2023 ABBI World Finals. We're going to get things underway here in about 9 minutes from right now. We have 6 classes featured today with 147 entries on the books. It's going to be a nice, long morning for us here today. We're going to get to see a lot of great bucking bulls in our featured events this morning and this afternoon. But before we get started, if you missed what we did yesterday, we want to direct your attention to the big screens. Here's what happened on Monday. We had an outstanding kickoff to the 2023 ABBI World Finals here. We had an outstanding kickoff to the 2023 ABBI World Finals here in Las Vegas, and we got it started with 3 classes today, including the women's fraternity, the junior fraternity, and the World Finals fraternity. And Kyle, we started it off with the juniors, and it was outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a bull that Motley Crew, Big Shot Rodeo, Sonny Barthold, and 6 Bar C, along with Carson Perry. That bull come in number 4 in the world standings. And one thing I want to point out, that the number 1 bull stubbed his toe, and Motley Crew stepped up to the plate.
We always know it's anybody's game when you get to Las Vegas. Now, this bull has a little off-the-wall breeding that we don't normally see. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, his dad's a grandson of Detective Crockett, and that bull was a competition money earner. That bull was really, really good for 6 Bar C. But I will say that Justin Cox, he doesn't care what they're bred like. He cares about performance. When he shows up to town, you may not know what they are, but I promise you they're going to buck.
Well, you know, we also moved right into the women's fraternity today. We had an outstanding entry there. Plowboy, a big bull for a 2-year-old, but really put it together today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the number 4 ranked Cowgirls bull and was really, really good. 91.28 points, Julian Cattle and Stacy Addison. Stacy's no stranger. She's got 2 Cowgirls fraternity gold buckles. And after today, I would say coming into the finals, he kind of had an outside shot. Them first 1 and 2 place bulls have been so solid. And again, you say big. He is big. That bull fought the buck and shoot today. Like, it took a long time to get him out, but it was well worth it.
Well, you could tell the veteran experience with Stacy. She took her time. She made sure everything was right, and it paid off. We moved right into the World Fraternity Finals. Man, we had some outstanding calves, 38 total calves today. And, of course, Buck Biden, the Buck and Fun group, man, they get their name the right way. They are having fun today.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've been having fun all year long with Hilton Bull Company and Josh Hilton. And I'll tell you what, I think that bull was probably the most anticipated bull today in round number 1. And the reason I say that is because I think the last 4 or 5 outs that bull's been to town, he's walked away the event champion, the American Heritage champion, number 1 in the world standings. And I could just imagine the weight on Josh's shoulders to buck that bull today, and it paid off.
It paid off. You know, we had 99 entries today in 3 classes. That starts round number 1 in the juniors, the women's, and the World Fraternity Finals. This is going to be an outstanding week. We're just getting started.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we have all of our open fraternity classes for bulls that did not qualify to the World Finals, our open fraternity, limited fraternity, our slide classes, as well as something new that we implemented this year, our sanctioning finale for all the bulls that attended 3 events for all of our sanctioning bodies across the United States. That's going to be fun to watch.
Thanks, Kyle. I'm Randy Schmutz with Day 1 here at the 2023 ABBI World Finals in Las Vegas. We'll be with you in about 5 minutes for day number 2 of the ABBI World Finals. good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the 2023 ABBI World Finals here inside the South Point Hotel and Casino. My name's Randy Schmutz. I'll be joined by Mr. Kyle Lippincott here today as well. We're going to take you step by step through not one, but 6 different classes today, including the open fraternity, the limited fraternity, the 85 and the 87 slide, the No Bull Left Behind finale, and the sanctioning finale today as well. You'll see a lot of bulls double entered, some triple entered into several of our contest events here today. But yesterday we got started right foot, Kyle, with some big scores and some big performances. But we've got a lot of great bulls we're going to watch today, 147 strong.
147 strong, and I tell you what, some of the bulls here today may be of caliber to have competed yesterday in those World Finals classes, but they got a little bit of a late start. They didn't have quite enough money won, so therefore they're entered today. But the talent is going to be on full display and no less than what we saw yesterday.
Bigger money and more bulls to buck this year here during the entire week, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit more. But before we get started, if you would please, I'd like to ask you to pause with me as we, of course, have our invocation and the singing of our national anthem. May we pray? Our gracious and dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this beautiful, beautiful day and the opportunity here to gather among friends in friendly competition. Father, we know and understand that what we're going to watch today is a very dangerous event. We'd like to ask that you watch over and keep all of our livestock, all of our crew members, and our owners all free from injury. We thank you so much for the traveling mercies you afforded us on the way to Las Vegas, and we ask right now that you, of course, do the same on our return to our homes. Father, we thank you so much for your Son, Jesus Christ, what he did for us by dying on the cross and giving us everlasting life. Father, we pray all these things today in his name. Amen. Let's all sing together at the top of our lungs our favorite song, our national anthem. Oh, the great late Darrell Singletary leading us in our national anthem there, and a phenomenal job, I might add. And as we get set to go, we're going to tip our hats to the good friends at American Hat Company, one of many sponsors we'll be talking about throughout today's performance here. Of course, American Hat Company offering quality, tradition, and classic style. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about saddles, boots, or cowboy hats. When they're handmade in Texas, those are the things you come to expect. And I can say to you that for over 100 years, American Hat Company has been committed to producing the finest quality handmade cowboy hats in the world today. We are going to start with hip tag number 100. We've got 148 on the books. There are a few scratches. We'll talk about that along the way. We're going to start it off with hip tag 100 from J. Barbie Bucking Bulls. Here's an animal that's entered into 3 different classes today: the limited, the 87 slide, and the 4D event as well. They call this bull Baked Out. Here's an own son of the Baker 707, which goes back to the great 32Y Bruiser. And number 100 will get us started here this morning. Well, the big Baldy gets it done here to get us underway. And, of course, our officials, 5 of them strong here today, 86.48. And that works right in with that 87 slide right there, 86.48. Hip tag number 101 will be next to go. They call this one El Jefe from TJ Bucking Bulls and Davis Rodeo Ranch. Well, the El Jefe getting it done here. Here's a grandson of Brutus. And the TJ Bucking Bulls and Davis Rodeo Ranch putting it together here as we await those scores. 86.88. 86.88. 102, the hip tag. Next to go. Well, they call this one Bull Light. Chestnut Dreams and Davis Rodeo Ranch again. Our friends Jerome and Tiffany Davis from out in North Carolina. Here's an own son of Bomber out of a Davis Rodeo Ranch bred female. Hip tag number 102. Here's a bull looking really, really strong, and a bull in the open futurity class alone. We'll talk about the open a lot here today. And that score, 89.04. Here's another one from the Davis Rodeo Ranch in Chestnut Dreams. It is Wicked in a Winning Way. That's the name of the bull. Fire branded 1101. Here is hip tag 103. A nice 80.80 for Wicked in a winning way. Here's a bull from the Weller Livestock in the 85 slide this morning. And a bull called Cocaine Blues. 104 the hip tag, and own son of High Tinsel out of a page bred female. This one page top and bottom. Nice out here. Now, the 87.76, of course, most of you know, in the 85 slide, if you go over the 85-point margin, there will be a point deduction. The overall score will reflect that. And the Cocaine Blues, 104, nice job. Let's go to 105, Partying Solo from K-Bar C and Daniels Cattle Company. Here's a Kenny McElroy entry and an own son of riding solo, the PBR World Champion. Now, Partying Solo is out of a Mossy Oak Mudslinger, female. This is hip tag number 105. Nice outing here on the Riding Solo Sun, and entered into the Open 89.20. That'll be the highest score so far in the Open category, and hip tag number 105. K-Bar C continues together with Broll, partners on this one called Rock Bottom, and only a direct son of Rocco. It is hip tag number 106. 64.60 for hip tag number 106. Here's one for you from the Rafter KL along with 3B Cattle Company. This is Bruised and Confused. This is a direct son of 32Y Bruiser and out of a Buckeye female, the Great Box K67, sired by our world champion bull, and number 107 is the hip tag. Here's a bull entered in the No Bull Left Behind series, 84.24 for hip 107. Hip 108 from the Hanging Three Bucking Bulls and Ski Yee. That's the name of the bull, an old son of Hot Moves by Hot Stuff, and out of a Showtime female. We are looking at hip tag number 108 next to go. Not quite able to find that spot today, Ski Yee. .48 is the score for hip 108. The Pac-Man is next from Bloyd Landon Cattle and Cross Rain. Here's an own son of the legend by Who's Back. And out of a Kishbred female, hip tag number 109. .40, 74.40 for the Pac-Man. 110 is next. Floki is the name of the bull from the Bar 7 Bucking Bulls. Richard Patillo. And here is a grandson of Surefire. Hip tag number 110 entered into the limited, the slide, the 87 slide, and the 2023 No Bull Left Behind series. Nice bull here at an 87.28, 87.28. Bull number 111 on your list, Firebrand 113 from Ricky West. This is a grandson of Buck Autism. Limited entry right here, 111. $81.84, 81.84. Next, we stay with the Ricky West Bucking Bulls and another limited entry. It is Firebrand 111. Here is a paternal brother to the bull you just watched, sired by the same Buck Autism son. This is hip tag number 112. $86.64, $86.64 for hip tag number 112. 113, Ricky West, another limited entry. And another grandson to Buck Autism. This one, Firebrand number 102. Nice calf right here from Ricky West. All the way from Alabama, 86.72, 86.72. We'll change gears with our next one here in the No Bull Left Behind series. Our friends Dozier, C/C, and Riley Sanford on the bull they call Down to Fly. Sired by Dozier's 5'11", which of course goes back to the great Hunt You Down. but this one is out of a frequent flyer female. 114 is the hip tag. $89.04, $89.04. Looks like we're going to go next to hip tag number 115 from the M Rafter E Bucking Bulls, Sam Mitchell. Sire and dam yet to be determined on this one, firebrand number 117. This bull is in the entered into the limited open class here today. Little tough luck on the outing today for 115, 58.96. 116 is next. M Rafter E. And together with Alan and Janice McCloy Rodeo from over in the panhandle of the Lone Star State. They call this bull Smooth Whiskey. Here's an own son of Smooth Over by Midnight Mood out of a Crazy Train female. This bull is fire branded 12X. Little smooth whiskey here this morning in an 88.96. In the open class, 88.96. That was hip tag number 116. We're going to go next to hip tag 117, Dominic from Copenhagen. And this is an own son of Domino. There's your limited class so far. Partying Solo number 1 with an 89.20. 6 bulls on the block so far there. Bull Light number 2. And Smooth Whiskey number 3. $83.70 for Dominic. Hip tag number 118 is called Wreck-It Ralph from the Twisted Horns Cattle Company. Here's a bull entered into the 87 slide and an own son of Swamp Wreck out of a fire show female. $82.72 for Wreck-It Ralph. Here's one for you in the limited in the 87 slide from 5AR Cattle and Allen, along with Beauchamp. The bull's called All In. Hip tag number 119. Well, a little tough luck there for All In, getting her done in a big way and then falls, and that, of course, constitutes a DQ. No score for 119. Bronze Star. That's the name of the next bull and a direct son of Hocus Pocus out of an Oscars Velvet female. Crooked Creek Bucking Bulls and Davis Rodeo Ranch set to go next in the 87 slide. This is hip tag number 120. 69.20. Drop 9 Rodeo and Davis Rodeo Ranch. Hip tag number 121. They call this one Walk Off. Walk Off is a direct son of LeGrand, which is by Y16 Brutus. And the bull you're about to meet is out of a Deja Blue female. 121. This bull is entered into the 85 slide today. Hip tag number 121 and an 85.20. Bovico, Bucking Bulls, and Jimmy Young next to go with a bull called Body Shot. Hip tag number 122. Also an 85 slide entry. A big thank you to our friends at the Flying W Livestock Equipment. Of course, they have been a family-owned and operated business since 1982 and manufacturing top-quality products and designs for your livestock with the operator and livestock in mind. If you have not had an opportunity to take a look up close and in person, Flying W does have their equipment set here for your viewing pleasure inside the South Point Arena. Go by and take a look at all the fine equipment that they have, and they can custom design anything to fit your every need. Hip tag number 122. 63.04. Bovico continues with another entry here in hip tag 123. Here's a grandson of Whitewater Skull. They call this one number 106, the Firebrand. Hip tag number 123 is entered into the 87 slide and the 4D category, 83.04. Hip tag 124. The bull is called Onyx from Kelly Cattle, Gitlin Cattle, and the 4G Ranch. Here's a bull who is grandson on the sire side to Hard Twisted, and out of a paternal sister to Whoopah. I'm sorry, number 124 is a scratch. 125 is the bull you're about to watch. Sam's Shot from Winston, Mays, and Hilton Bull Company. Here's an old son in the Shota. Sam Shot, Firebrand 3J, is next to go. .68 is the score. Hooky Monster is next to go from Judd Paul LaFew. This is hip tag number 126. Entered into the open, into the limited, and into the 87 slide. Nice bull right here, the Hooky Monster in the Open Limited and 87 slide. $89.20. 89.20. That is going to put him in the top of the list in the Open. And limited in 87 slide. He'll suffer a little bit of point deduction in the 87 slide. But nice bull from Judd Paul LeFew. Lazy Dragon and Works, Kobe Works, together on this one. The bull is called Little Bite. Here's an own son of Sheriff Bend. Goes back to Black Bend and a Flying W. Flying W bred female. $79.5. $79.5. KW Cattle, Harrison 5B. Next to go on the bull they call Rick 128. Here's an 85 slide and 4D entry. $85.12, $85.12. Next, 129. KW Cattle 5B and Hang Loose Buckers. Here's another Black Bend grandson called Chucky's Flowers. This one entered into the limited, the 87 slide, 4D, and Noble Left Behind series. $86.72 for 129. 130 is next. Here's one they call the Blood Brother from Lakefront Cattle and Rafter KL. Here's a direct son of Oyster Creek, of course sired by Showtime on the top side. This one entered into the limited class. A big thank you and a tip of the glass to Pendleton Whiskey. We know Pendleton Whiskey was created to celebrate the spirit of the American cowboy and honor a heritage that inspires us all to live boldly, drink well, and taste the moment wherever you may be. Letterbuck Pendleton Whiskey, the official whiskey of the ABBI. $87.20. Next, let's go to Twitchy from the Hanging Three Bucking Bulls and Lance Baker. Here's a direct son of Domino out of a Crossfire Hurricane female. Twitchy is firebranded 136. We will drag after hip tag 139. 139 will drag after 139. $86 points. 86 points. That bull is in the limited and the 87 slide. Next to go is hip tag 132. 132, Wildfire. Bradley Bucking Bulls and Twisted Tea Livestock. Hip tag number 132.
The Wildfire, Bradley Bucking Bulls, and Twisted Tea Livestock from Georgia. Not going to quite hook up today, putting out a bunch of effort. Looks like we are going to get a score on the OK Brand scoreboard. 62.88, 62.88.
I want to say a big thank you to Yeti Coolers again for being a part of what we do here every year with the ABBI. They started way back in 2006 and founded with a very simple mission: build a cooler folks would use every day, and we do. Yeti Coolers, built for the serious outdoor enthusiast. The King is next. That's what they call the bull from G7 Bucking Bulls, a direct son of Friendly Fire. This is hip tag number 133.
That was hip tag 133, the King from G7 Bucking Bulls. 71.40.
We're going to skip 134. 134 is a scratch. We'll go next to 135, Humdinger. Interestingly enough, hip tag 135 is also a fire-branded 135. Spinning S Cattle, Ashley Wayer and Travis Vitek. Yes, Travis Vitek. All in on this one. And a grandson of Stone Sober out of a Houdini Dam. 135 is entered into the 85 slide.
Nicole Smith on the flank from Colorado. Provantage Animal Health, Kimes Ranch, Jeans, and Flying W Livestock Equipment Buck and Shoot. Two Flying W hydraulic squeeze chutes up on the concourse. One will be sold in our premiere sale Thursday, and the other one is available for purchase. Stop by, visit with our friends at Flying W Livestock Equipment. All right, Nicole Smith getting everything set just right for hip tag 135, Humdinger. The grandson of Stone Sober out of a Houdini female.
Humdinger getting it done here today. And a 64.80. That'll take us next to Babs 26J. Cadillacs and Bar 7 Bucking Bulls. Here is an old son of All Aboard out of a 66T Hustling Female. Hip tag number 136.
Babs 26J, Cadillacs and Bar 7 Bucking Bulls. Unfortunately, not going to have the day they were hoping for here this afternoon. 42.64, 42.64.
One, 3, 7 next to go from Ricky West. Here's a limited open. And Firebrand 112, another Buck Autism grandson from Ricky West.
Trying to get everything set just right with Ricky West and the bull branded 112, the grandson of Buck Autism, sired by 2C Just Al in our limited futurity competition. Myogen OK brand fencing products and Bucking Bull Pro Buck and Shoot. And a good showing from hip tag 137. Ricky West Bucking Bulls. As the numbers are in 87.12, 87.12.
138, you're next to go from Ross Tomaski and the Flying G Bucking Bull Group. Here is a grandson of Calico, Jack. They call this one Mo Betta. Hip tag number 138. We have 2 bulls remaining. We'll take a quick break, drag the arena, and continue.
Just about set to go. Ortiz Mobetta, Ross Tomaski, Flying G Bucking Bulls, and hip tag 138. The Sky Bandit Sun entered in the 87 slide and limited futurity. .08, the numbers, 88.08.
On the rocks, that is the bull you're about to meet. I'm sure that phrase will be used more than once this week in Las Vegas. Wild Cactus Ranch and 2H Bucking Bulls. Scott Hughes on the trigger. Cactus Cocktail is the sire to this bull out of a Whacker Cat female. 139, then we'll drag the arena.
.21-17 on the rocks, Wild Cactus Ranch and 2H Bucking Bulls. 86.80, 86.80.
That is a perfect score for the 87 slide. We are going to take a look at right now the Open Futurity scoreboard from Cooper's Tires. It's Hookie Monster imparting solo right now, tied with an 89.20, 89.04 Bull Light. Then you got Smooth Whiskey, Wicked in a Winning Way, Ski-Hee, Rock Bottom, and Wildfire. That is your top bulls so far in the Open Futurity class. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Bucking Stock News, the leading media outlet for the bucking stock world. Ranch tours, live event broadcast, podcast channel with over 40 episodes, including special guests such as Chad Berger, Monty Sanford, Cord McCoy, Don Kish, Jay Doherty, and much more. Video highlights as well as weekly articles featuring programs, sires, dams, inside the bullpens, standing shuffles, breaking news, and more. Check it out on social media, Bucking Stock News. Complete Metal Buildings, the official metal building company of the American Bucking Bull Incorporated, specializing in pre-engineered metal buildings with over 30 years of combined experience, supplying material and labor for all of your livestock needs. Give Complete Metal Buildings a call at 989-621-8234. That is 989-621-8234 for your free quote today.
The cowboy hat is the most iconic symbol of the Western way of life in the world. And only one hat can live up to the standard of style, quality, and durability required by such a beloved symbol. American hats are made by hand in Bowie, Texas, and have been the ultimate standard since 1915.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
We are back and want to say a big thank you to our friends at ProVantage Animal Health. You know, our friends at ProVantage Animal Health, containing, of course, only all natural ingredients with vitamins and minerals. ProVantage Performance Lick Tubs are the perfect solution when you have cattle, when you're weaning, shipping, receiving, processing, preconditioning. They can do it all. ProVantage Performance Lick Tubs are powered by Pro V3. We'll talk about some more of our sponsors throughout the day, but right now let's get back to some bucking bulls. FPH Livestock and Sardelli bring us the Titan Mac, hip tag number 140. This one is entered into the limited. As we continue, I told you earlier in the day, we have 6 different classes today. The Open, the Limited, the 85 and 87 slide, the No Bull Left Behind finale, and the sanctioning finale here today.
$81.70 for Titan Mac, $81.70.
Wyatt Derp is the next bull. Shadywood Genetics and Brad Sardelli. Here's an own son of Billy Frank by Bruiser. Getting set to go. Hip tag 141 in the limited.
Wyatt Derp, unfortunately, going to go all the way down right there, as you can see, before that 4-second whistle, resulting in a disqualification.
It's going to move along to 142, entered into the Open and the No Bull Left Behind finale. Lone Star, Bull Team, D&H, and Gant, all on this one called Spunky Energy. Here's a 56D Sun by Autism, 142. Take a look at the 85 slide futurity leaderboard right now. The Bull Rick with an 84.88 is number one. Walk Off, El Jefe, and Cocaine Blues rounding out the top four right now. Those are your leaders so far in the 85 slide.
That was Hip Tag 142, Spunky Energy, Lone Star, Bull Team, D&H, and Gant. The Open Fraternity and our No Bull Left Behind finale, 86.16.
Gatlin will be the next bull to perform for you here in the 87 slide, and No Bull Left Behind. Joe and Nina Webb, 5-star and BS Cattle Companies. Gatlin, a surefire grandson, Hip Tag 143.
.169 Gatlin. Little antsy in the buck and shoot. Joe and Nina Webb, 5-star BS Cattle Company. And about set to go here. As we watch the complete Metal Buildings replay. Around to the left. 85.44 for the 87 slide calf, 85.44.
Casey Thomason with the Rising Stars Ranch, together with Rockin' KL. It is Cricket on a Crank. Here's the direct son of all aboard out of a Wolfman female, hip tag number 144.
Cricket on Crank, Rising Stars Ranch, Rockin' KL. Lots of intensity around the left. Little tough time keeping his feet, but they're going to give him a score 86.32, 86-32.
Hurley Hustler, Courtney Hamilton Jones, and PF Cattle Company. Here's an old son of Dunham, 630, which goes back to the great Brutus. Hip tag number 145.
.102 Hurley Hustler from the team from Mississippi. As the numbers are in 71.60, 7160.
I want to send a little shout out to our friends at Cryogen. They have been doing it the right way for 25 years and offering a full service cattle and equine embryo production service. In fact, they offer IVF, ICSI, conventional ET, full lab services, and embryo transfer. And they also offer a pregnant recip program for both cattle and horses. Check them out, Cryogen. Thunder Toes. That's the name of the next bull from Royal H. and Moyer and Sons. A 64A son by Midnight Mood out of a Shepherd Hills Sodbuster female. This is hip tag number 146 in the 87 slide.
.60, the score for Thunder Toes, 73-60.
Next to go from Diamond F Cattle and Moyer and Sons, Bug Scuffle. That's the name of the bull. Here's a grandson of Chaos, hip tag number 147.
Another Dunham Bull Company raised bull, Bug Scuffle, Diamond F, Cattle and Moyer and Sons. 86.72, 86.72, the numbers.
Looks like we're going to go next to a McCoy Rodeo entry together with Garrick Schraub and the Son of Vanished by Houdini. Going back to a Time to Shine female on the dam side. This is Firebrand number 144, El Jefe.
Vanished Son out of a Time to Shine female. $144 El Jefe, McCoy Rodeo, and Jarek Schraub. $55.52.
We're going to stay with the McCoy Rodeo program with another limited entry together with Callaway on this one called The Dark Knight. Here's a direct Son of Vortex by Bruiser, number 149.
Unfortunate luck there for the Vortex Son, Dark Knight. As you can see right there, he's going to go all the way down, resulting in a 0 here this afternoon.
Here comes the Cold Case by Stone Sober out of a Code Blue female. Of course, the great productive Miss Contagious. Hip tag number 150, McCoy Rodeo and Joy Hollis.
McCoy Rodeo, Joey Hollis's Cold Case. And the Stone Sober Son, 83.52, 83.52.
151 is where we're going to go next. McCoy Rodeo, Blake Cody and Coker and Blanton. The Hondo Here is a direct son of Outlaw, of course, by the great Kishes No Guts on the top side. Hip tag number 151.
McCoy Rodeo, Blake Cody, Coker, and Blanton. The Hondo was the bull. 73.20, 73.20.
152 is next. Here's a direct son of Riding Solo called Solo's Hyper Shock. Entered into the limited futurity, McCoy, Van Zenten, and Lowell on hip tag number 152.
This one out of an I'm a Gangster daughter, back out of a full sister to Party Girl, Nightlife, Wildlife. The list goes on and on. And as Randy said, a son of the two-time world champion, Riding Solo. $113 Solos Hyper Shock. In the limited fraternity, 86.32, 86.32.
Our next entry is in the open fraternity from Dakota Young and Young Cattle Company, along with McWright. Here's an own son of War Cloud, fire branded 609J. Hip tag number 153.
$609J not having it inside the Crowgen Complete Metal Buildings and Yeti Buck and Shoot. The son of War Cloud won his fair share of prize money inside this arena. There is our Cooper Tires Limited Futurity Leaderboard. Hookie Monster leading the way with that 89.20 marking. RT's Mo Betta, Floki, 145 Blood Brother, and Ricky West 112 rounding out the top 5 in the limited fraternity. $609J Young Cattle and McWright. Open futurity entry 86.24, 86.24. $154 on your list. Next to go, Ace of Spades, Western Roughstock and McGuire. It is the Ace 21J.
That's the firebrand, a direct son of fireworks. Of course, going back to the Great Fire Show. And this bull out of a Mossy Oak Mudslinger female, hip tag number 154 in the 87 slide.
Ace 21J, Ace of Spades, Western Roughstock, and McGuire. 69.28, 69.28 for the fireworks, son.
We are moving right along, and another no bull left behind entry, Scott Winston and Melton Bull Company. Here is the bull fire-branded 07J. A grandson of Bruiser and Shepherd Hills tested, number 155 on your list. We need something from our official. Does that constitute a rebuck or a no score? Rebuck. So our officials are telling us that the owner does have the opportunity to rebuck that bull. We'll find out if he does take advantage of that. And in doing so, we'll bring him back a little bit later. But now we're going to go to hip tag 156. Hip tag number 156 will be next to go from Barthold, Wolf, and Rafter O. 156 is the bull called Cutter.
Donnie O'Brien getting set to go with the Cutter. Sonny Barthold and Wolf teaming up on the Surefire Son out of a Show Tell daughter from the Warren breeding program. Solid outing from Cutter in the gate around the left. Scores are coming in 87.52, 87.52.
Satan's Love is next to go from Barthold, Rafter, O, and Wolf. Here's an own son of Blonde Blizzard, which goes back to the great Page 48X, and out of a Page female. Hip tag number 157 is next to go.
Two bulls right in a row from Donnie O'Brien and company. Making the way to Las Vegas from Missouri. 128J, Satan's Love. Hip tag 157. Limited futurity entry along with the Noble Left Behind finale. OK brand scoreboard. The numbers 87.76, 87.76.
Our next entry is in the 87 slide. D-Bar J Bucking Bulls, Drew Feezer, and the Ant Man. That's the name of the bull, and hip tag number 158.
The Matt Palmer raised bull, grandson of Stone's Edge, out of a Houdini daughter. D-Bar J and Drew Feezer. Hop, skip, and around to the right for the Ant-Man and hip tag 158. 85.92 the score, 85.92.
Our next entry is from the Knight Ranch, Eddie Knight, and the bull is called Tippy. 159 159 the hip tag.
Comes out backwards, round to the right. Doesn't phase Tippy at all from the Knight Ranch. 81.12, 81.12 the score.
Sephora Dreams. That's the name of our next bull from Kayla Martinez. Kayla Martinez and Martinez Bucking Bulls in the 87 slide. Hip tag number 160.
points for Dreams. Kayla Martinez Bucking Bulls 52.90, 52.90.
Hip tag 161 is next to go. Fast Life from Martinez Bucking Bulls. Here's one, and sorry about Crackback Jack, number 161 on your list.
Martinez Bucking Bulls, Fast Life. In the Noble Left Behind finale, 83.10, 83.10.
Our next entry is 162 from Flynn and D&H. In the 87 slide, High Ridge is what we call the bull. Here's a bull that goes back to Brutus. And Best Wishes, 162.
The own son of High Country, High Ridge, Flynn and D&H Cattle Company. $70.24, $70.24.
Gary Scarborough has an entry here into the No Bull Left Behind. Are we on 165, guys? Thank you. Thumbs up. 165 Marmaduke. Here's a Winrock and G&K Cattle Company entry and an own son of Slim's Ghost out of the High Wire female. This is hip tag 165.
Marmaduke, Winrock, G&K Cattle Company. In the Noble Left Behind finale, 89.20.
Blueberry Freak is next to go. Here is one from the Damn Skippy Ranch in Du Bois. Blueberry Freak 166 is the hip tag.
That was Blueberry Freak, Damn Skippy Ranch, and the boys. $65.70, 65.70.
We're going to move right along to hip tag number 167. D&H Cattle Company entry here in the No Bull Left Behind series. Pages 132J, the Firebrand. Steel Poppin' by Lollipop is the sire side of this pedigree, 167.
Page 132J from D&H Cattle Company. In the Noble Left Behind series finale, 86.24, 86.24.
We're going to stay with several page entries here, including D&H Cattle's 12J. Magic Money. Buck Cattle and D&H Cattle's Magic Maker's Son is next to go. Hip tag number 168.
Buck and D&H Cattle Company bringing us a Magic Maker Son. 12J they call Magic Money. HD page about set to go. Left-hand deliveries. The Magic Money. Buck and D&H Cattle Company going to kick the back really, really hard, leaving out of there. And the score is 77.10, 77-10.
Davenport, Pate, D&H Cattle. On the Air Assault Sun, 195J. This is hip tag number 169.
Aerosol, the son of Hard Twisted. Out of Pate, Ot 5B, a Cowboy Casanova daughter, multi-times the PBR World Finals. 195J. That was page 195J. .60, 67.60.
Here's an entry from Hunter Eland, H-bar E, and the Crazy Dancer son. Hip tag number 170 is next to go. This one is entered into the Noble Left Behind. Actually, 85 slide, I'm sorry. 85 slide on the next one.
Hunter Eland, one of our junior competitors we saw compete yesterday. Calf in the 85 slide here this afternoon. Fire branded 14 and hip tag 170. $14 not going to quite find a spot to hook up. 69.10.
$171. Ooh wee. Tubi Bucking Bulls and Martinez Bucking Bulls. Scott Hughes handling the chores today. Lost Harbor is the sire to this one. Of course, that goes back to Pearl Harbor on the top side. Hip tag number 171. Looks like this is going to be our rebuck, number 155, from Scott Winston and Melton Bull Company. This is the grandson of Bruiser getting set for you here. Hip tag number 155.
Pro Vantage Animal Health, Kimes Ranch Jeans, and our friends from Flying W Livestock Equipment, Buck and Shoot on the right-hand deliveries. Scott Winston, Melton Bull Company's Rebuck, Ot 7J. And the No Bull Left Behind series finale entry. As the scores are rolling in on the OK brand scoreboard. 87-76.
And now we will continue with hip tag 171 from 2H Bucking Bulls and Edward Martinez. Hip tag 171.
Scott Hughes getting everything set to go with the Pearl Harbor grandson out of a Patrick daughter called Witchy Woman. We entered in the limited futurity competition. 2H Bucking Bulls and Martinez 90.08.
$172, the next hip tag, less than 8 cattle company, and that is Scott McMillan. Magic Grits is the name of the bull you're about to watch. There is the limited futurity leaderboard from Cooper Tires. Ooh-wee, number 1 right now, 90.08. Hooky Monster, Artis Mobetta, and Satan's Love, the top 4 so far in the limited futurity leaderboard.
Less than 8 cattle company from California, 3 entries in a row. In a tizzy is the first to go for less than 8 cattle company, hip tag 172. In a tizzy, less than 8 cattle company. Open futurity entry here this afternoon, 91.36.
That'll change the looks of the leaderboard in the open futurity. That is the class that bull is entered into. And a nice job from Scott McMillan. $91.36 does put In a Tizzy to the lead. Second and third still Hooky Monster and Partying Solo. Nice job, Scott McMillan. That'll take us next to another Scott McMillan entry, and one called Magic Grits. Hip tag number 173.
Two more here from Scott McMillan, less than 8 cattle company in our limited futurity. We saw Uwe 2 bulls ago take over the lead in that division, 90.08. Magic Grits and hip tag 173. The Magic Grits, less than 8 cattle company. The fire branded 107. Hold on 1 second. And the score for Magic Grits, 70.20. 70.20.
174 is next on our list. Scott McMillan once again on a bull called Poppy. Siren Dam yet to be determined on this one. 174.
All right, Lesson 8 Cattle Company. One more shot here in our limited fraternity. Poppy, fire branded 103 and hip tag 174. You see Scott trying to pull that bull back just a little bit. When they stand way up in the front of the buck and shoot, they increase the risk of hipping themselves. .103 Poppy, 84.40, 84.40.
Here's an 87 slide entry from Shannon Brito. And it is the TBR JX Bucking Bull Hocus Pocus. I should say Hookus Pookus, I'm sorry. He's an own son of Hocus Pocus out of a Breezer daughter. 175 is the hip tag.
The big, stout Hocus Pocus son out of a Bruiser daughter, Hocus Pocus. Hip tag 175. Gonna put him in there, 83.04, 83.04.
Here comes a Copenhagen Bucking Bull entry into the limit and the no bull left behind. They call this one the Legit Gangster. It is sired by Gangster's Party and out of a 2 Legit female. Hip tag number 176.
Legit Gangster, double bred party girl, top and bottom. Hip tag 176 from Todd Copenhaver. This bull raised by the world champ Cody Lostro. Nice outing from the Legit Gangster in the limited fraternity and no bull left behind. Series finale, 87.36. Should shuffle him in there in the top 5, 87.36.
Rockin' Flying P Bucking Bulls, Brandon Parker. Here's an old son of money moves called Razor's Money. Hip tag number 177.
Money Moves, the sire out of a High Razor daughter for Razor's Money, Brandon Parker. This bull is consigned to our premiere sale Thursday afternoon. A big, stout 2-year-old. Should be ready for those Derby competitions next year. 102 Razor's Money, Rocking Flying P Bucking Bulls, and Brandon Parker. Razor's Money, he is big. Should make that transition to the Derbies next year. 85.28, 85.28.
We are moving right along with another rockin' flying P-bucking bull, Mad Money. Sired by Mad Child, by Wild Child, hip tag number 178. We will drag again on after 191 here this morning.
Mad Money, sired by Mad Child, a Wild Child son, and out of a Babs female. On the maternal side of the pedigree, 101 Mad Money. Another one from Brandon Parker from California. Hip tag 178 in our 85 slide competition here at the World Finals, 81.84, 81.84.
Hip tag 179 is next from the Ace in the Hole, Adams, and BS Cattle Companies. Direct son of Denutso. Yo Mama is what they call this bull. Hip tag number 179. This is a bull in the open and the 87 slide today.
'27J, Yo Mama, Ace in the Hole, Adams, BS Cattle Company. Open fraternity 87 slide. The numbers are coming in. The OK brand scoreboard, 86 points.
We are moving right along to hip tag number 180, the Warhammer. Here's a direct son of Bruiser out of a Surefire female from RBE Bulls, Rusty and Michelle Tapp and BS Cattle Company.
This is the Warhammer. The Bruiser son, Surefire daughter. RBE Bulls, Rusty and Michelle Tapp, BS Cattle Company. That is Brandon Stewart. Hip tag 180 in our open and 87 slide competition. Hip tag 180, NJ45 Warhammer. Right hand deliveries in the gate to the right, solid through the 4-second. 87.04. 87.04.
Here is another entry from the same group. RBE Bulls, Rusty and Michelle Tapp, and BS Cattle Companies. Feel the Magic. A direct son of Hocus Pocus out of a Houdini female. Hip tag number 181.
The dam side, T24, the Grand Dam to world champion Manaba. 131, Feel the Magic from hip tag 181. Limited Futurity 87 slide, Noble left behind finale for Feel the Magic. 87.36.
Mr. Jimmy. That's the name of this bull. 182, the hip tag. R&D Bucking Bulls in Laughlin. Air Assault is the daddy. Out of a Margie Time female.
And a good outing from the bull from Louisiana, R&D Bucking Bulls in Laughlin, Mr. Jimmy. Scores are rolling in, 87-52.
Going to go next to Wilson and Burroughs. Hip tag 183. Here is a grandson of frequent flyer. Chris Wilson taking care of business today. 183, the hip tag, next to go. Little tough outing here for J-Bar Alt 1. Hip tag number 184, you're next. McCoy Rodeo and Kevin Graber. Here's a direct son of Viper. out of the I'm a Gangster female. They call this one Nightcap. Hip tag 184 in the limited futurity. If you'll take a look at the big screen, this is the official and final results of the No Bull Left Behind Futurity Series finale winners. 133 Down to Fly wins it with an 89.04. The Emperor, Mr. Jimmy and Feel the Magic, all in the top 4. All the way down to Look Alive in the top 10, 85.12. Those are your winners in the Futurity Series, the No Bull Left Behind Futurity Series. Nightcap is next. Hip tag 184. Sorry about that. It is hip tag 185. McCoy Rodeo, Kelly and Cammie Heath. The Vortex Sun. They call this one Amarillo.
McCoy Rodeo, Kelly and Cammie Heath, 76.24, 76.24 for Amarillo.
Is this 184, guys? Cord, is this hip tag 184? 186? 186 is next to go. Chili Mango, McCoy and Buzzballs LLC. Here's the direct son of Margie Time, Chili Mango. Hip tag number 186.
Chili Mango, McCoy Rodeo, Buzzballs LLC, and the Margie Time Son. In our limited futurity competition, 80.80.
We'll continue with hip tag 187. 187. This is Dirty Mike, McCoy Rodeo and Wolf Cattle Company. Here's a direct son of Riding Solo.
Riding Solo out of a Vortex Sun, which was by Bruiser. Limited futurity entry, McCoy Rodeo and Wolf. The hip tag 187. .64, 86.64.
188 is next. Here's an own son of Viper they call Cliff. And the McCoy Rodeo and Yellowstone Bulls entry getting set to go.
That was hip tag 188, Firebrand at 132, Cliff 86.40, 86.40.
Looks like we're going to go next to 189, hip tag 189. 189 is the bull we call Windsor. McCoy Rodeo, Kelly and Cammie Heath. 92B is the sire to this one.
One bar 181 Windsor. A grandson of Backfire on the sire side, and out of a McCoy, best McCoy daughter. McCoy Rodeo, Kelly and Cammie Heath, and hip tag 189 in a limited futurity entry. .181 Windsor, McCoy Rodeo, Kelly and Cammie Heath in our limited futurity. 85.12, 85.12 the score.
Here's another limited and no bull left behind series entry. 102 Power Play is the Firebrand, another riding solo son. And we are looking at hip tag number 190.
The son of the two-time champ of the world, riding solo out of a proven cow that's hit before, Miss Viper. Andrews raised female, now owned by McCoy Rodeo. And the score's in for Power Play, 76.48.
Here's one for you from Dakota Young and Young Cattle Company. Crooked Crown together on this one. The son of Tan Lines out of a Surefire daughter. They call this one Walk the Line. It is hip tag 191. We will drag the arena after this entry.
.191 Walk the Line. Young Cattle Company, Crooked Crown. And Dakota Young, the Tan Lines son. Tan Lines was a front runner for the Classic title a few years back. And a Surefire daughter. As you watch the complete Metal Buildings replay as we await the scores, that was Walk the Line, 83.68, 83.68. We are going to drag the arena, and we will be right back. We are set to kick things back off with hip tag 192. All right, there he is, 50 bar J from Just for Kicks and Dale Timon. A Bubba grandson out of a Brutus daughter on the maternal side, hip tag 192. Nine bulls remain, and then we'll start our sanctioning finale classes. 9 bulls until the sanctioning finale classes, hip tag 192. Just for Kicks, 50 bar J, the bull 87.52 for our 85 slide entry, 87.52.
193 is next from our friends at Just for Kicks and Dale Timon. Baker's number 124. Here's an own son of Vanished by Houdini out of a High Tinsel daughter. Hip tag number 193.
Baker 124 and the Houdini grandson out of a High Tinsel daughter. 86.16, 86.16. And that calf will wrap up our 85 slide competition. We'll tally those results. Matter of fact, there they are. In the 85 slide fraternity, Rick is going to get the win, 84.88. Walk off, 84.80. Baker 124 and El Jefe rounding out the top 4 in the 85 slide fraternity.
We're going to continue with another limited entry from Schuler Bucking Bulls, and they call this one Zinger. This one, of course, sired by Dean Wilson's Ought To, a very productive sire that goes back to the Wilfong breeding. 195 is the hip tag. $74 for hip tag 195. 196 is next from Martinez. This is the bull they call Bugsy, sired by Pages 4002 out of a test fire female, 196.
I think getting a thumbs down from our officials for Bugsy, unfortunately.
Our next bull is called Banger from Stetson Gomez and Schuler Bucking Bulls. And it is a grandson of Hunt You Down. 198 is the hip tag. $197, I'm sorry. $197. $197 is your hip tag. Baker's number 150 by Chop Chop Diamond S. Eric Diekman on this one. All right, looks like we're going to buck number 198. 198, the hip tag. The bull is called Banger from Stetson Gomez and Schuler Bucking Bulls.
That was I-9 Banger, Stetson Gomez and Schuler. Hip tag 198. In our No Bull Left Behind Fraternity Series 86.64.
Here comes an entry from the Bull Team, Lone Star, and D&H Cattle Company. Pages 38J, the Firebrand. This is an own son of Magic Maker out of a Little Johnny. Female, 199 on your list.
38J, the Magic Maker's son, Bull Team, Lone Star, and D&H Cattle Company. In the series finale, 86.56 the score, 86-56.
We are now on number 200. Hip Tag 200 Firecracker. Here is an entry from the Mad Dog Bucking Bulls, Grigsby and TBR Ranch, along with DL Bucking Bulls. Hip tag number 200. By the way, a thank you to our instant replay sponsor, Complete Metal Buildings, also a part of our maiden fraternity you'll see later this week as a partner there as well. We've had over 30 years experience building and perfecting the erection and sale of mini storages and metal buildings across the United States, focused on the Midwest, ensuring the best quality. Our friends at Complete Metal Buildings. Here's Hip Tag 200.
That was Firecracker from Mad Dog Bucking Bulls and partners Grigsby TBR DL 85.20.
.201, the Big Kitty. Widener Bucking Bulls and Jeff Widener. Here's a direct son of Show Kitty out of a big-time U27 female.
That was Hip Tag 201, Big Kitty, Widener Bucking Bulls, and Jeff Widener in our 87 slide competition. 82.32, 82.32.
Looks like we're going to enter into that sanctioning finale group of Cowgirls fraternity entries. Here's one from Stephanie Lanham. The bull is called Okie Dokie. An old son of Bring It out of a high tensile cow, and number 202.
Stephanie Lanham kicks it off in our Cowgirls sanctioning finale. 202, the Hip Tag, Okie Dokie. And the OK brand scores are coming in. Our officials to set the bar. And it's going to be 85.68, 85.68.
Tough Shot is next to go. Here's a Steve Patterson entry and a Page 85D son. 203.
Here's the grandson of the Shepherd Hills, tested out of a Wonder Shot female. Wonder Shot, a maternal brother to the great Buck Autism. Steve Peterson, 180 Tough Shot. 180 tough shot, and that was hip tag 203 on the afternoon of a total of 247. The scores are in 69.36.
204 is next. Sire and dam yet to be determined. The bull is called Uncle Doug. Here's an entry from the NCBB and Madrid collaboration. Hip tag number 204.
Seven ladies competing in our Cowgirl sanctioning finale. This is the first year we've implemented this sanctioning finale. We hope that you guys catch on and this continues to grow. For those of you that enter and participate at our sanctioning organizations across the United States and Canada, hip tag 204 is where we're at from the no credit Bucking Bull String and Madrid Uncle Doug. The Colorado Bull, Uncle Doug from No Credit and Madrid. Having a nice outing here this afternoon. We're going to change the leaderboard to 88.40, the score 88.40.
Nice one right there. Go to 205. Kiera Strasiak. Foley Bucking Bulls together on this one called Rippian. An own son of Painted Chaos. Hip tag number 205.
Making the trip from Canada to compete in the sanctioning finale in the Cowgirls division. Kiera and Foley Bucking Bulls. Hip tag 205. Hip tag 205. Bull fire branded 100. 76.08 the score.
Here's one for you from Jordan and Cochelle. It is firebrand number 16, hip tag 206. Getting set to go.
This one's sired by 2907 Rumors out of a Dizzy Rooster female. Jordan and Cochelle. Lori Cochelle on the flank. Good job, Lori. Jordan 16 from Jordan and Cochelle Cattle Company. Hip tag 206. As we await the numbers, OK Brand scoreboard 85.84, 85.84 to move to the number 2 spot.
Let's go to hip tag 207. Josie Ogilvy and KRC. They call this bull Call Somebody. An old son of Call the Law, and out of an uppercut female, number 207. Don't forget a reminder to all of our participants today, all of our awards, buckles, and presentations for these classes you're watching today will be handed out at the banquet, the ABBI banquet on Thursday afternoon. I believe that's at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. So all the final results will be tabulated. All the buckles, winners, and awards will be celebrated at the ABBI Awards Banquet on Thursday.
Call Somebody, Josie Ogilvy, KRC from Ohio, qualifying through the Beast of the East events, 87.36. We're going to have a new number 2.
Here comes Moyer and Sons entry, Bug Tussle. It is hip tag number 208, getting set to go. Here's a double-bred Rustler's Paradise entry, Firebrand number 107. Another thank you to our friends Mike Hadley for providing the Mini Black Widow Arena Groomer. It's an outstanding arena groomer designed for your small spaces like horse walkers, bull arenas, tracks, etc. Can be easily pulled behind a four-wheeler or a side-by-side. It's the Mini Black Widow Arena Groomer from Mike Hadley. Also, a thank you to Myogen. Myogen is the official DNA lab of the American Bucking Bull Incorporated.
Jessica Moyer getting set to go with the Bug Tussle, our final competitor in the Cowgirls sanctioning finale. Hip tag 208, the Bull Bug Tussle from Moyer and Sons. 84 points even, 84.
I want to thank our friends at OK Brand and OK Oklahoma Steel and Wire, committed to providing the highest quality products and most competitive prices in the safest working environment possible. They can and will provide all type of fencing wire for you and your every need.
There is the Cooper Tires official results from the Cowgirl sanctioning finale. Uncle Doug at No Credit Bucking Bulls in Madrid will get the win, 88.40. Just a reminder to everybody, the D&H Cattle Company and Lone Star Bred to Buck Yearling Bull sale this Wednesday. Tomorrow has changed locations from its normal spot. The Grand Ballroom B is where you'll find that sale tomorrow evening for the D&H and Lone Star Yearling Bull Sale.
Here's hip tag 209. 191, your Firebrand on the Rawhide. Widener, Bucking Bulls, and Jeff Widener. Here we go. Really nice outing for Rawhide. 88.16. 88.16. Limited, in the Open Fraternity in the sanctioning finals. That'll get us a good start right there for that category. Let's go next to hip tag 210. Flying Out. 4G and Lyle Dodge on this one. Here's an old son of Flying Train getting set to go. Hip tag number 210. .08. Some really nice calves in this group here today. And hip tag number 211. 211 is next. It is Papa Top from K-Bar C and Daniels Cattle Company. Kenny McElroy joining us here today with Papa Top. Here is the direct son of Steel Poppin' by Lollipop. Here's another nice bull from the KRC and a 90.56. 90.56 for Papa Top. Nice job. K-Bar C going to stay right there with it. TCB Ranch together on this one. They call this one Show Me the Money. Looks like K-Bar C is bringing the buckers today, 89.20, 89.20 for Show Me the Money. Here's another one. K-Bar C and TCB, Freedom Fighter. Freedom Fighter is sired by Rebel Yell, number 213 on your list today. $89.04, $89.04 for the Freedom Fighter. Here's WB Bucking Bulls and the Sweet Thing, sired by Sweet Ride by Sweet Pros Bruiser. 214 214 the hip tag. Next to go. $86.16 for Sweet Thing, 86.16. Rice Pudding from Mateca Farms, and this is a grandson to Wolf Dancer on the top side, Sippin' Velvet on the dam side. 215 the hip tag for Rice Pudding. Next to go. $79.68. That'll wrap up the 87 slide futurity. With that, the final entry in that category. And the Warhammer is going to win it with an 86.96 on the rocks. Chucky's Flower and Floki are the top 4 in the 87 slide futurity today. 216 is the hip tag from Madrid and No Credit Bucking Bulls. This is a grandson of Ricochet, firebrand number 61. $88.56. 88.56 for hip 216. Topo and Hotham is next to go. Red Flag, that's the name of the bull. Hip tag 217 as we continue in the sanctioning finals here. This is hip tag 217. A big thank you to Cooper Tires, once again the official tire of the ABBI. If you want to find out more about Cooper Tire, you can log on to coopertire.com. Also to the good friends at New Dart. New Dart for better bovine health via remote injection. And by the way, I love the fact that it is made in America for you, the stockman. Better bovine health from New Dart. Red Flag putting one together here today, and a new leader in that category, 91.44. 91.44 for the Red Flag. That will put him just ahead of Papa Top with a 91.44, 90.56, and 89.20. The top 3 scores right now in the ABBI sanctioning finals. Black Squirrel is next to go from the Knight Ranch. Eddie Knight. Hip tag number 218. 86.24, 86-24 for the Black Squirrel. Foolish Pride is next to go from K-Bar C. Going to go to the left-hand delivery for our next set of bulls from K-Bar C and Bull Creek. Proctor's Pride is the daddy to Foolish Pride out of a King Lopez female. 219. Take a look at the Cooper Tires leaderboard. This particular leaderboard is the No Bull Left Behind Futurity Series non-winners class. The winner is official. Taco Tuesday with an 89.68 will win this class, just ahead of Marmaduke with an 89.20. We've got a tie for third and fourth place, and Legit Gangster in the number 5 spot with an 87.36. This is Hip Tag 219 next to go. $88.56 for Foolish Pride, 88.56. Let's go next to K-Star. K-Star Bucking Bulls along with Rafter KL, Kyle Lippincott with the Hunt You Down son called the War Machine. The War Machine is out of a Party Time female, 220 the hip tag. $84.72 for the War Machine. $84.72. And the open futurity class is now complete. And it looks like In a Tizzy with a 91.36 is going to be your winner in that class. Hooky Monster, 89.20, a tie with Partying Solo for second and third place. And Bull Light with 89.04 will be your number 4 bull in the ABBI Open Futurity here today. Next to go is Sonny and Fern Barthold's entry, together with Pittman and TR Cattle Company. The bull called Spectacular. This is an own son of F9 Bar, which is a son of Hocus Pocus. 221 is the hip tag. Nice outing here for the Hocus Pocus grandson. 88.96 88.96 for spectacular. West Coast High is next to go from Hunter's Buckers. Hunter Buckers, here's the grandson of Blade in hip tag number 222. .222 the hip tag and 86.48 for West Coast High. Here's a bull we call Body Bag from our friends at Green Lake Cattle and B Grader Cattle. Here's a bull that goes back to the great Pit Boss 31J the Firebrand, Body Bag number 223. We're going to drag the arena one more time today after hip tag 224.
The limited futurity results, UE going to be the champion, 90.08. Hookie Monster, RT's Mobetta, and Satan's Love with an 87.76 rounding out the top four. And we are at hip tag 223, the Body Bag, Alex Comley, Green Lake Cattle Company, and B Grader.
.83 points. 83 for the Body Bag. Whiskey Scars is next to go. We've got Green Lake and Rafter C4 cattle on this one. An own son of Savage Moves by Savage Shaker. Whiskey Scars is number 224. We will drag the arena after this entry, 224.
Another bull qualifying through the Beast of the East events on the East Coast. Alex Comley along with Green Lake Cattle Company, Rafter C4, Rob Chupp, Whiskey Scars, hip tag 224. Hip tag 224, 137, Whiskey Scars. The Savage moves to Sun. .70, 82.70.
And you can take a look at the Cooper Tires leaderboard in this, the sanctioning finals futurity. This is official now and complete. Red Flag will win it with a 91.44. Papa Top in the number 2 spot. Show Me the Money and Freedom Fighter rounding out the top 4 in the sanctioning finals futurity. We'll drag the field and come back with hip tag number 225 right after this.
Well, I'm running like my hair's on fire, and I don't intend to stop even when my legs grow tired. And I got a message from Colorado straight from Texas. You captured most of me, just let me be.
When performance is what you need, look no further than ProVantage Animal Health. Our products are engineered to bring out the best in your animal athletes, containing only all-natural vitamin and mineral ingredients. Our products are powered by the industry-leading Pro V3 Performance Blend, increasing nutrient absorption, supercharging the immune system, and reducing stress levels. ProVantage will help your animals perform at the top level of their game. Find out about the ProVantage Advantage and locate a dealer near you at ProVantageAnimalHealth.com.
Built for comfort and made to last. Welcome home to Cobb's Ranch.
I'm Cody Webster, a 10-time NFR bullfighter. When I'm on the road 240 days a year, one thing I can't have is someone calling and telling me my cows are out. That's why I choose quality products from OK brand fencing. It's rugged, it's quality, it's durable, it's American made, family owned, and it's been in the business since 1979. OK brand, the brand of trust.
The road to the ABBI's $1 million futurity starts now. Here's your chance to battle with the best futurity bulls in the world, all vying to advance to the finals in May 2024 to compete for a guaranteed $1 million purse and $250,000 to the winner. This is the richest event in ABBI history, and you could win it all. Log on to AmericanBuckingBull.com to find out more about the ABBI $1 million futurity.
We are going to get set for our last class here of the afternoon, day 2 of the World Finals in Las Vegas. Our sanctioning finale yearling class We're going to start it off with hip tag 225, M8, Zipperhead Fred, No Credit Bucking Bulls, and Cole Thompson. That was the first calf in our yearling sanctioning finale, coming through the Buckers Unlimited organization, 74.88.
Toasted Candy from No Credit Bucking Bulls and Cole Thompson. Our friend, it is a bull sired by Toasted by Backbreaker. Hip tag number 226. All the bulls you're going to see as we complete our set of bulls today through hip tag 247 are yearling bulls. These are yearlings that have qualified through the sanctioning finals class. And the remaining group of bulls through 247 will all be yearlings this afternoon. 226 is next. While we await 226, I want to say thanks to YTEX, your livestock identification specialist, committed to providing reasonably priced products with real value and products that offer solutions to you, the customer. YTEX.
M4 Toasted Candy. 88.08, 88.08 the score.
Moving right along to number 227 from Little Hawk, Dunham Bull Company, and Moyer and Sons. They call this bull Randall. Dunham breeding all the way through and through on this one. 227 is the hip tag.
.235 Randall, Little Hawk, Dunham, and Moyer and Sons. The scores are rolling in from our officials. 88 even, 88 points.
Here's one for you called Look Who's Back, Damn Skippy Ranch. And Du Bois on this one. Pages 56D. Is the sire to Look Who's Back out of a Who's Back female.
Look Who's Back. That was hip tag 228. Started great. Damn Skippy Ranch and Du Bois. The scores are in 80.50.
Foley Bucking Bulls brings us one here called Posty. 233, the Firebrand. 229, the hip tag, as we continue through our sanctioning finals yearling class here.
Sired by 900 Boogie. And out of a Savage Sensation daughter on the bottom side. Hip tag 229, another yearling bull from Canada. Foley Bucking Bulls, Posty. That was the Canadian Posty 64.56.
Here's another one from Foley, together with Lukowski, Red Path, and Foley Bucking Bulls. It is the Bingo. 221, the Firebrand. 230, the hip tag. Another FBB 900, son.
Here's another Boogie Sun 221 Bingo. .08 to top the leaderboard early on in our yearling sanctioning finale. That was Toasted Candy. 221 Bingo. Lukowski, Red Path, and Foley Bucking Bulls. Gonna go a couple jumps around to the right, 79.30.
East Rise Cattle and Farms, Lukoweski and Foley all together on this one. Another one sired by FBB 900. They call this one Freya. Freya is hip tag number 231.
.224 Freya heifer from Canada, Foley Bucking Bulls and Partners, Eastries Cattle and Farms, Lukoweski. As the numbers are rolling in, the OK brand scoreboard, 87.76.
Speaking of sponsors, thanks to Kimes Ranch Jeans. They are the Western wear leaders in quality, style, product, and service, and Kimes Ranch has made function and fit a priority, making their classic jeans a standout. If you have not tried on a pair of Kimes Ranch jeans, you need to. You owe it to yourself to enjoy the unique Western style of Kimes Ranch jeans. Hip tag 232, J. Bar B Bucking Bulls, Jeffrey Begay getting set to go with the Firebrand 203, another female here performing in the yearling class, and hip number 232. No doubt the girls do show out when they come to town, and 203 does just that. How about 89.52? 89.52. Our next bull is called the Party Zone from Cochelle and Phillips. The Party Zone sired by the Gangster Party and out of Amy's Pet. It is the 233, hip tag 233. 83.84, 83.84 for the party zone. Let's go to the hot shot from Cochelle. Cochelle cattle. And the hot shot, another gangster party. Sired bucking bull. Hip tag number 234. The hot shot turns into 78.80. Amen Amigo from Stuart Bucking Bulls. Here is a grandson of Hocus Pocus. Firebrand 200. Hip tag 235. Nice outing here from Amen Amigo. Another one of our yearling entries here in the sanctioning finals, and an 88.48. 88.48. That is in the number 2 spot right now in this category. Second place right now behind number 203 with 89.52. K-Bar C and Joe and Nina, they are together on Shodo. Here's another yearling bull sired by Smooth Gangster. Hip tag number 236.
$28 Shodo by Smooth Gangster, K-Bar C, and Joe and Nina Webb. 87.36, 87.36 the score.
That's going to take us next to number 237, Cartels 258, the Firebrand. From Cartel Cattle Company, Landing Cartel. Here's an own son of Domino by Lollipop out of a high-rolling female, 237 as we go right through our yearlings here today. We will end our competition with hip tag number 247. We are nearing the finish line this afternoon.
Carthel 258 and the son of Domino out of a high rolling daughter. Landon Carthel. It's just a little tangled up right there towards the whistle. 85.92, 85.92.
Here's Rob Chupp's entry from Rafter C4 and High Steel Rodeo Productions. It is Firebrand 277, the Smokin' Fire Son, and hip tag number 238.
Rafter C4 is 277. As the scores are coming in, going to go right out of the left-hand delivery, 86.56.
Sam Mitchell has another entry here with M Rafter E and the Firebrand C1722. Here's a Magic Maker grandson, hip tag number 239.
Sired by a son of Magic Maker out of a no regrets daughter, M Rafter E's C1722. Sam Mitchell, M Rafter E 1722. $88.96, I believe, to number 2.
$240, the hip tag, Shoots and Ladders. Mateka Farms, Brock Mateka. Next to go, number 240.
Chutes and Ladders, Motiga Farms. It's 77.84, 77.84.
All right, look out, cowgirls. Here comes another heifer in the entry here. And these girls have been showing out today in the yearling class. Colton Moyer, Moyer and Sons, together with Ramp Up Labor. They call this one Grace. Hip tag 241.
E16 Grace and the granddaughter of Slice of Heaven. Colton Moyer, Moyer and Sons, and Ramp Up Labor. Yearling sanctioning finale here, 81.68 to score.
We've got 6 entries remaining with the Diamond M Cattle Company. Getting set to watch Bad Blake. Here's an own son of High Society, which is an actual direct son of Playboy Skull. This is hip tag number 242.
Diamond M Cattle Company, Greg Helton on the flank. Hip tag 242, Bad Blake acting up in the buck and shoot. And there he was, hip tag 242, Bad Blake, Diamond M Cattle Company. 83.36, 83.36.
Damn Skippy Ranch. Greg Helton next to go. The Margie Time grandson. Whose time? That's the name of this bull. Out of a Houdini Dam. This is hip tag number 243.
Hip tag 243, they call him Who's Time. Greg Helton from the damn Skippy Ranch. And the scores are coming in 86.08.
K-Bar C, Bucking Bulls, Kenny McElroy's Freak of Fire is next to go. Here we go, number 244. This is an own son of Kish's Freak of Nature. Out of an Inferno female, number 244.
All right, Kenny McElroy, K-Bar C getting set. Freak of Fire, as Randy said, Freak of Nature by Wildly Legit, and out of an own daughter. One of the winningest fraternity bulls we've seen, 60-3 Inferno. $87.92 for Freak of Fire, $87.92. As you can see, the Cooper Tires leaderboard, 203 from Jeffrey Begay, still at the top, 89.52. Freak of Fire going to move into the 6th place position, 87.92.
Going to go next to Cartel Cattle Company's number 224, the Firebrand. There's a grandson of 32Y Bruiser. This is hip tag 245. We have 3 bulls remaining today.
Grandson of Bruiser out of a LaFleur female by 81X American Hustle. Carthel Cattle Company, Landon Carthel, hip tag 245. .224 couldn't just quite figure it out this afternoon. Although he is going to receive a score here this afternoon. .68.20, 68.20.
Let's go to Jenkins Cattle Company, J.O. Bucking Bulls. This is the Instagram Hostage. Number 246 on your list, an own son of King Buck, getting set to go.
And our officials, unfortunately for the Instagram hostage, are giving us a thumbs down. And a no score here this afternoon.
Our final bull today, H3 Hunt Livestock and Rafter C4's entry. This is Rafter C4's number 2112, the Firebrand. A grandson of Bruiser out of a Houdini cow, and number 247 on your list. $82.56 for number 247. 85-26 is the score. We'll get our official leaderboard up for you here in the sanctioning finals juvenile. That is number 203 on your list, winning with an 89.52. 88.96 in second place, and Amen Amigo with an 88.48, number 3. Folks, that'll wrap up our futurity competition here today. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the dot tomorrow morning for our next competition class. Thanks to Kyle Lippincott, and thank you for coming out today.
Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
He's going to do this one by himself.
Okay.
Because there's so many classes.
Check, check, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2.
That way it'll be a little crisper going through them. And
That's fine. Yep, that'll work.
Where do I find those results?
ABBIREG.com. And then click under results.
Vegas right here.
Yep. And then whichever class you need, hit your results PDF. Over on the side.
We got an open slide 87 and 11 now. And he wants just this section. 1, 2, 3. 3 sections. So Calgary's section is.
Whoa, fuck. I almost just dumped my whole shit.
Going in hard this morning, huh, Gina?
No, one of the other PBR guys said some stranger walked up to him as they were checking out of the casino and said, "Here, I got this," and never opened it. And just handed it to him, that and a bunch of energy drinks. And he's like, "I don't drink. I hadn't drank in 18 years. Y'all want it?" And I'm like, "Hell no, that's cheap shit. I'm not drinking that."
Yeah, no thanks.
You know, negative.
Kyle, if you got a second, come over here and let's just verify these real quick. That's not the count.
How are you?
Hold on, let's
Are y'all not done yet?
This is supposed to be the 85 slide winner.
Yep.
Okay, that's 85 slide. Is this the 87 slide winner?
Whatever, yep.
Okay. This should be the limited winner.
Got this.
Yep.
And this should be the open.
You got all the pads in?
Yep.
All fine?
Yep.
On charge?
Yep.
Turned off?
Way ahead of
I haven't gotten
Sweet,
it. That's
thank
where I was
you.
just going, but I got
And I got my
I've got
power.
the rig pulled up here. So the Cowgirl should have been hit 204.
Yep.
So 204 should have been.
Okay, y'all need anything else? Okay, you're welcome. I'm out.
204 should have been 104.
Throw away all this, clean up our
Oh,
table.
it should have been 102. I went the wrong direction. Hold on, let's see if this is it. Let me see if this is it. Is this the Cowgirls?
Yep.
Okay, so you got that?
So this is
Okay, I'm out. If y'all need something, holler.
CG finale sanction. Okay, and then now we need, what's the next class?
Would be the sanctioning futurity.
Cowgirl
Yep.
sanctioning futurity should, sanctioning futurity. Oh, I went the wrong place. Do you know it? Did you pull it up?
I can get it for you
Well,
probably
no,
faster
here,
than you.
I went the wrong place. Results. Vegas. We did Cowgirl.
There you go. Go all the way to the PDF.
Yeah. So it should be 217. 217 should have been 2 before, so it should be 116. This should be the one you're looking for. What was this called?
No, that's not here.
That's not him?
No. I can tell you if it was a few before or after that, though. Give me a few seconds.
116. What did I say? What did I was supposed to be? Oh, 217. I should have 115. Let's see if this is it.
It would have been the bull right.
Yeah, right before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I just missed it by a minute. Alright, so this is the what?
The sanctioning futurity sanction winner.
That's it.
Yeah. You can do sanction F. I don't know what that means.
Okay, and then we need one more. What was
The
it?
yearling, and it was hip tag 232.
these are the ones that I'm going to put in a drop box on Tuesday winners. It'll be on Tuesday winners. Y'all go get up there, take your box, and record what you want to record. Let me.
Yeah, he said the voice wasn't very good, and there's too many to have two people.
You can do it. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me? Does that sound good? Check the levels. What do you think? Sounds good? Okay. Parking, but we're done, yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can't get.
You ready? And
We're on the arena dirt after the second performance of the 2023 ABBI World Finals inside the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Arena. What a day the Animals had today, and we bucked 7 different classes, what we're going to cover in our recap here. These were calves that were not World Finals qualified, but calves that put on a one heck of a showing. We're going to start off with the Open Fraternity in a tizzy. Less than 8 cattle companies going to take the win in that class, 91.36 points. Scott McMillan from California always shows up to Vegas with buckers. He brought 1 calf in the Open Fraternity, walks away the champion. Next up, the Limited Fraternity, 2H18. They call him UE. 2H Bucking Bulls and Martinez, Scott Hughes, and the family there in East Texas. You talk about a bull. I've seen this bull a handful of times this in the regular season. He's kind of had some bobbles. The bull gets to going a little bit fast today. 90.08 points. He cracked those back feet off and turned in the gate. Outstanding performance to pick up the win in the Limited Fraternity. Next, we had 2 slide classes, one being the 85, the other being the 87 slide. The object of the game is to get as close to 85 or 87 points as possible without going over. If you go over either of those 2 scores, however many points you're over is how many points you are deducted from those 85 or 87. In the 85 slide, 23, Rick, KW Cattle Company, Harris, and 5B picks up the win. They were 84.88 points. I believe that bull is actually 85.12, and that's what he was deducted to, 84.88 to pick up the win there. In the 87 slide, J45 Warhammer, BS Cattle Company, Rusty and Michelle Tapp as well as RBE Bulls, 86.96, right on the money there, close to 87. So congratulations to those 2 slide class winners. The next classes what I want to go over is was new to the World Finals this year. They were our sanctioned finale classes, the Cowgirls, the Open Fraternity sanctioned finale, as well as the yearlings. And what that was is our sanctioning bodies from across the United States and Canada, they had to go to 3 of those events, pay their ABBI sanctioning fees, and at the same organization to be qualified here in the sanctioning finale. And we had a decent turnout the first year. We hope everybody can catch on to that. And we hope to see these classes to continue to grow. For those of you guys that can't make it to Texas and Oklahoma for the premier events and qualify to the World Finals, this gives you a place to compete on your home turf there, wherever you're from, but also still have a class in Las Vegas to come and compete and take home the prize money. So first, the Cowgirls sanctioning finale, 101 Uncle Doug, no credit Bucking Bulls in Madrid. Going to take the win with an 88.40 marking. That bull qualified here through the Buckers Unlimited organization there in Colorado. That bull I actually seen a few weeks ago, and he's super solid in the gate to the right, and he was exactly that today. Good enough for the win. In the sanctioning fraternity, 3J Red Flag toe pole in Hotham, 91.44, and I'll tell you what, I know that those guys on the West Coast through the High Desert and Western States organizations have had some buckers. I had no idea what that bull was, and when he opened the gate, we all knew what that bull was. 91.44 points, outstanding trip from toe pole in Hotham. Congratulations on your win there. The sanctioning yearling finale, that was cool because this was the first time that we got to see yearlings in Las Vegas this year, and the yearlings in Vegas are always a lot of fun to watch because they haven't quite made the trip this far. They're not quite as experienced as the 2-year-olds we've seen to this point, and the yearlings put on a pretty good show. I think there was 27 of them in the sanctioning finale. None better than Jeffrey Begay's 203, which was actually a heifer, 89.52 points to pick up the win in the yearling sanctioned finale. So congratulations to all of our winners today on day 2, but let me tell you, we're just getting started still. Tomorrow we're going to feature more yearlings in our yearling series finale, as well as our open yearling and those $1 million calves that are only entered in the $1 million class. We will round that class out with the sanction or the maiden calves that are double entered into the sanction finale. So tomorrow is going to be a jam-packed full day of yearlings, and we hope that you tune in and watch either in person or live.